to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Good evening, Matador Nation. I hope everyone had a safe and restful holiday season as we are now in full speed ahead in the second semester. I would like to share a recap since our last regularly scheduled board meeting, plus a few future events. We are excited to have closed on an 81-acre property on Ilka Road last week. The land purchase was approved by voters as part of the 2022 bond program to serve as a future middle school site. Due to the size and topography of the tract, it is an ideal location for the district's first agricultural science facility. While the outdoor learning center was once considered for the ag facility, the Ilka Road site is better suited from a safety and financial aspect. Our next step is to have architectural drawings made for the ag facility prior to construction. On January 10th, I received notice that I was nominated to be a K-12 leadership representative on the Texas Association of School Administrators Higher Education Committee. This committee advocates for the transformation of graduate leadership programs aligned to TASA's vision, directs research capacity and resources toward TASA's aspirations, and provides advocacy and collaboration with stakeholder and partners for future-ready students. I am truly honored to accept this nomination and look forward to representing Seguin ISD on this state committee. The Guadalupe County Education Coalition is hosting a State of Education legislative briefing on January 25th from 6 to 7 in the Seguin High School PAC, Performing Arts Center. All Guadalupe County educators are invited to hear District 44 State Representative John Kemple provide a briefing on the recent legislative sessions. KWED's very own Darren Dunn will serve as moderator at the briefing. The first meeting of our Bond Oversight Committee is scheduled for January 30th at 5:30 p.m. This group of stakeholders will meet regularly for the duration of our 2022 bond projects to receive updates on progress, timelines, and financials. The entire community is invited to attend the ceremonial groundbreaking for the Seguin ISD baseball and softball complex on January 31st at 10 a.m. We will have shovels and hard hats for photo ops at the event to kick off the construction of this Bond 2023 project. And finally, January is School Board Recognition Month, and I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank Alejandro Guerra, Carl Jenkins, Linda Duncan, Grace Miller, Denise Crittenden, Ben Amador, Joshua Bright for their leadership and service. As trustees, these individuals dedicate countless hours in meetings, workshops, training sessions, extracurricular, plus campus and community events, while serving as advocates for the students and staff of Seguin ISD. The theme for this year's School Board Recognition Month is Locally Elected, Community Connected. And based upon your support for our students, you are connected. while you create opportunities for our children to make forward progress and succeed as students and citizens. On behalf of Seguin ISD, please know that we appreciate all that you do for our school district. Have a great week, and remember, it's a great day to be a Matador.
Thank you, Dr. McGill. Next on the agenda is item 1D, board member reports. I have nothing to report at this time, so we'll start down with Mr. Amador.
I had the fortunate opportunity to go down to the Thursday to the youth agricultural show at the Coliseum. It was a great day to be down there too, or a great afternoon, because the ag mechanics competition was going on. So I got to see all those great projects that those young students were doing, as well as the bake sale stuff, which looked absolutely delicious. I think there was actually more stuff at the bake sale or the baking competition than there was like buck fever, which that says a lot if you've been to buck fever. And then getting a walkthrough about the very end of the pig show, and they were bringing in the cows for the steer show. So lots of great activity going down there, lots of great stuff with FFA and 4-H and lots of our student activities, and it was a really excellent time to see everybody down there.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to talk about my experience January 12th at the MLK Celebration Concert that was held at the PAC. I was impressed with the number of students across the district and the choirs across the district. I believe that those numbers in choir seem to be growing, and that makes my heart happy to know that those kids are getting not only to learn music, but develop that special bond between their teacher or their director and the music. And what really impressed me the most is there were a lot of moving parts, there were a lot of students there, but it was not chaotic. They had a plan and they were going with it. It was incredible. The last number that they performed it all together. So all of the choirs in each school came together and sang the song about unity, and it just reminded me that we all look at things differently, and we come at things and approach things differently. When we come together as one and we're unified, there are great things that can happen. So I appreciate all the effort into that concert and appreciate each of the directors. And if you haven't seen Mr. Dean at the high school conduct, he puts his whole body into that performance, and it's a sight to see. So I encourage you to go check out the choir.
Thank you, Linda. Ms. Redmond?
I went to the same event, and I don't have a whole lot to add. It's such a wonderful thing, and it was something that I really missed when we didn't have it for COVID. So it is so nice to see elementary through high school all work to do the same thing. I feel like those little kids have the big kids to look up to, and the big kids have the little ones to sort of shepherd around and show where things were. It looked like they were getting along famously. So, and just the variety of things with the drum group from Jefferson, who creates their own, they always create their own songs. Really great how the fine arts can bring everybody together like that.
I am still having fun finding out what all the campuses have and things that are happening as a fairly new board member. So I've enjoyed a lot of different things. One of the things I did was join food distribution at the transition team, and I think construction trade helps. And I ended up helping a young lady named Maya with a whole lot of carrots. I get these 50-pound bag of carrots and I break down into small bags, and my fingers were orange, but we had a good time doing it. And it was awesome to watch the organization that these students had in putting all of these foods together to distribute to the line of cars, and it was done very well. I did get to go on a CTE tour of all the facilities, and that was pretty awesome. The extent of what we have to offer our students vocationally is amazing. I went to a McQueenie PTC meeting, And while I was there, I ended up stopping in at the ACE program, the after-school program, and wandered around and talked to kids and teachers there. And I love that program. It's such a needed program. Last night, I went to the National Honor Society induction ceremony, and that gives you goosebumps on your arms when you watch all these kiddos get inducted into NHS. And then they gave the seniors their patch, and to watch how many seniors that we had. It was a full stage when they were all up there. I'm not sure if this was this time or last time I went to the graduation at the Alternative Center. And just all the training that I've been through with the administration here has been really interesting and eye-opening, and lots of things for my head to actually comprehend. So I do a lot of asking again, but I've enjoyed getting to know the inner workings of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board members, for the reports. Item 2A, Student Staff Board Community Recognition. I will present this with Mr. Hoffman.
Good evening, Board Vice President Jenkins, Superintendent Dr. Vigil, and trustees. As you know, each month we're privileged and honored to recognize serving students who are nominated by their teachers and campus administrators from our schools. Tonight's no different. We do have, I know we've got one and possibly two of those students here with us this evening, so we will go on with and honor our first student tonight. She did the pledge. She did a great job with the pledge. Let's hear it for Avon Pacheco. Avon is an 8th grade student at Barnes Middle School. Her teachers report that she is an excellent student. When she walks into the classroom, she makes learning a priority, stays actively engaged in class, and still manages to maintain her social life without being a distraction to the class. It's quite an accomplishment. She monitors her grades and will always advocate for herself and her peers, and does it in the appropriate way and at the appropriate time. She is also a devout athlete, competing in volleyball, basketball, track, and soccer, while being active in student council and as a member of the All-A Honor Roll. Avon's parents are Delane and Victor Pacheco, and congratulations once again, Avon. Let's hear it once again for Avon. Next up, we're privileged to honor Jake Mahaffey. Come on up, Jake. Jake is a senior at Seguin High School. He is the Seguin FFA president, as well as the Guadalupe Valley District Treasurer. He is a member of the Veterinary Science and Seguin FFA quiz teams. He has shown steers and heifers for 3 years. He is also in the National Honor Society, a dual credit student, and played on the Matador varsity football team. After graduation, Jake will attend school in God's country at Texas A&M University and major in construction science. Jake's parents are Tyson and Leslie Mahaffey. Congratulations to you, Jake.
There you go, Jake.
Let's have another round of applause for Jake. This time, we'll turn the microphone over to Dr. Behill, who will do the Superintendent's Apple Award for January.
This month's Apple Award recipient has a long history with Seguin ISD. Born and raised in Seguin, he was an outstanding Matador student athlete, excelling in baseball and football. Upon graduating as a member of the class of 1988, he became a walk-on member of the University of Texas at Austin football team. Upon graduating from UT with a bachelor's degree, he was hired as a salesman at Commercial Metals Company here in Seguin, where he continues to work today. However, most probably, you probably know him as the state representative of District 44, comprised of Guadalupe and Gonzales counties. He is presently serving his 7th term after being sworn in on December 30th, 2010. While he has served on many committees, he is currently chairman of the Higher Education Committee, where he has prioritized making resources available to students for the completion of post-secondary programs. He is also serving a 2-year term as a member of the National Conference of State Legislators Task Force on Higher Education Affordability and Student Outcomes. The task force is a bipartisan group of state legislative leaders in higher education that explores state and federal strategies to make college more affordable for students and taxpayers, improve completion rates, and reduce the incidence of unrepayable student debt. His wife, Michelle, is a former Seguin ISD employee, and their 2 sons, Sam and Will, are class of 2022 Seguin High School graduates. While meeting the demands as a state legislator, he is active in the Seguin community and is a strong proponent of public education in Texas. He received the Raise Your Hand Texas Public Education Champion Award for his outstanding achievement and steadfast commitment to Texas public education. Tonight, I share my appreciation for his steadfast commitment to public education in the state of Texas. Let's have a warm Matador welcome for our January Apple Award recipient, Representative John Campbell.
That's not what they told me when I come up here. Thank you. Okay. The shakiest guy in the room.
Look to your left.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
Next up on the agenda is campus knowledge, item 2B. Linda, you'll introduce.
Sure. This evening, we are matador proud to learn about activities and initiatives in our schools. Let's welcome Barnes Middle School Principal Jason Schmidt, who is here to highlight components of the school improvement plan that his staff has implemented at the campus. Please welcome Middle School Principal Jason Schmidt.
And we're also going to be bringing up Associate Principal Ms. Tori Burtnagel. All right, so Mr. Jenkins, Superintendent Dr. B. Hill, esteemed members of the board, we are going to make this short and sweet and informative tonight. Very excited to be able to talk a little bit about what we've done to help really change and improve culture in several aspects here on our campus. So with that being said,
So my name is Jason Schmidt. I'm a proud principal of Jim Barnes Middle School. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to show you all a little bit about what we've been doing to improve campus culture at Jim Barnes Middle School. Our story goes back to last year. We had the opportunity to spend time on the front end working on our campus improvement plan. We believe in the words of Peter Drucker, who said that culture eats strategy for breakfast, and we're trying to live that. We are going to spend a little bit of time tonight just showing you about 3 of our 5 campus culture committees. We're going to show you a little bit about what's happening with our adult culture committee. We're going to show you our student culture committee, and then we're going to talk a little bit about what we've done in the world of community engagement with that committee.
Ever since Student Council started, we've changed our school environment and given students a voice. We've done things like Thankful Pumpkins, where we wrote down every single student's name on a pumpkin and hung it around our school. We've managed pep rallies, coordinated dances, and done fundraisers. Most recently, we started up our Barnes Buds program where good behavior gets rewarded with the school store. As the year continues, we will work with the Barnes staff to better our community and its student environment.
My name is Carmen Young, and I'm one of the members from the committee, the Adult Culture Committee. We started this program 2 years ago, where we used to call it our Sunshine Committee. We would meet after school to see how we could help the morale of the teachers. And we started with having luncheons at the end of each month. And the people that were having birthdays, they would not have any food. Then we added having birthday cards, giving everybody a birthday card the day of their birthday or within that time limit. And this year we started having sympathy cards for the loved ones that we lost in our family. The most important thing is that we are now getting into trying to have the teachers go out together once a month to be able to talk about our families. and the different things we do. This has gotten to be so important because when they bring food, we talk about recipes and who helped put them together. And they talk about their children helping. And so we have gotten to know the teachers better, their family members, and it's more like we see people down the hall and we know they're our friends. That's like we had a conversation during this luncheons or the meetings after school. We hope that this continues because the teachers are happy about it. They think it's important for us to be happy so that the children will be happy.
I'm Ms. Rangel, and we are part of the Family Engagement Committee. One of our biggest goals was really to create events and opportunities for families to engage with our Barnes community. This past semester, we did a Dia de los Muertos event, which showcased student art and the mariachi, a turkey bingo, which invited the Barnes families, and our open house, which was great. We did a community walk to invite families, and also we were able to bring in community organizations that offered resources to our families. Some of our upcoming events that we have planned out is we are going to have a talent show, an academic night, and an award night. And then we are also planning on doing some community walks to inform our parents about STAR.
So we just wanted to be able to highlight a little bit what we've been doing in those three areas. And we were very excited going back to the school improvement process where we wanted every teacher to have the opportunity to be part of one of these committees. So we meet 2 times a month. Everybody comes on board, and we've started to see growth, trying to really kind of bridge some of the neat things that they do in elementary for our 6th graders, also some of the awesome opportunities that lie ahead in high school. We want to use these groups to make a unique middle school experience that will be rewarding. I don't know if there's anything you want to say, because you've done a lot with this too, Ms. Burnett.
Well, and a big part of it is to help grow capacity in our staff. We have young staff, and we want them to feel like they are part of our school and come back to our school. So I feel like that's really made a difference. You walk the halls and you hear them talking. I've never been to that side of the hall when we're running around looking for who has a pumpkin in their pocket and things like that. So it's been really good to build that capacity within our staff. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you all for your presentation. Appreciate that. Thank you all for the hard work you do every day. Next on the agenda is audience of the board. Seguin ISD Board Trustee designates a time for audience participation. At the beginning of each meeting, hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with board policy BED local. Those wishing to speak shall sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that's not on the posted agenda. And as tonight we do not have anybody signed up, so we will go on to item number 4. Reports, information items. Number A, introduction of newly appointed administrators. Mr. Trevino, give them up.
Good evening, Vice President Jenkins, Dr. Behe, board members, guests. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our newest, new minted CFO, Chief Financial Officer for the Seguin School District, Ms. Perla Romero. Please help me give her a warm welcome.
few words. It is with immense gratitude that I stand before you today as the newly appointed Chief Financial Officer for Seguin ISD. This honor is not just a personal achievement, but a testament to the resilience and sacrifice of my incredible parents and the support of this community. The sacrifices of migrating here to the States from Mexico was not in vain. Today, as I embark on this new chapter, I carry my mom and dad's legacy with me. My aim is not to just excel in this role, but to become a beacon of hope for every student who faces hurdles and to create a nurturing environment where the child's potential is recognized and nurtured, because that's exactly what my educators did for me. I stand here today not only as a newly appointed Chief Financial Officer, but as a testament to the power of resilience, determination, and the unwavering support of a community that believes in the potential of every individual. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. I am committed to serving the community with dedication, compassion, and an unwavering belief in the transformative power of education.
You want to shake everybody's hand? We'll cost you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Romero. I know that you're very much capable, and that Tony left you in good instruction and we're in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
4B, Seguin High School proposed ABC block schedule starting with school year 2024-2025. Ms. Pettis and Dr. Saldana, if you'll come up and present, please.
Good evening, Vice President Jenkins, Superintendent Vigil, and Board Trustees. Thank you for giving us an opportunity this evening to talk about our planning for block scheduling for the 24-25 school year. You have a slide deck in front of you that has a couple of talking points that we'll discuss this evening. So let's get started. First, I'd like to start with why we begin fleshing out the rationale for transitioning from a 7-period day to an ABC block schedule. And there are several pieces. We want to talk first about previous accountability scores. I just want to give you a little bit of historical perspective on that. In the 21-22 school year, our campus earned a 74 or C rating. In 22-23, we know that we would have landed in the D range if TEA had verified our assessment results. I also want to talk a little bit about our CCMR data and our indicators, which you know bears a huge impact on campus accountability for the high school. For the class of 2022, it's a lagging indicator, so it was reported for 23, right? We earned a CCMR score of 57, which is the equivalent of 221 of our graduates earning CCMR points in one or more indicators out of 386 graduates. So we have a lot of opportunity for growth and potential in that area. The class of 2021, which had data reported in 2022, earned a CCMR score of 45, which is the equivalent of 170 graduates earning CCMR points in one or more indicators out of 377 graduates. And I'm sharing that with you because our campus bears about 40% of the accountability rating for our district. So it's paramount to our district as a whole as to how SHS performs, right? So we have to come out as strong as we can, knowing that the weight of our accountability can bear great, great change in the right direction. The next piece I want to talk about is systems with minimal impact on student outcomes and learning. In a 7-period day, we're losing about 2,500 passing period minutes, which we can gain back in the block schedule. In an 8-period day, this is really exciting part right here. In an 8-period day, we're opening up opportunities for students to earn more credits. So in a 7-period day over 4 years, a student has the capacity to earn 28 credits. In an 8-period day over 4 years, a student can earn up to 32 credits. With an extra elective period offering, our students have the opportunity as well to explore more electives and or career exploration. We also have the opportunity to open up accelerated learning sections to support students who have a need in additional academic areas or who have academic area supports that are needed, to help them meet their credit requirements, DOC prep, and meeting those essential CCMR indicators. The last talking point on this slide that I want to visit with you about is the extended teaching, learning, and planning opportunities. With 90-minute blocks of learning, our students are able to have more robust learning time to build their foundational skills. Our teachers have also voiced that they would like additional planning time, and we can realize that for them in a 90-minute collaborative teaming time. Our teachers have also shared with us that they have limited opportunities in 49 minutes in our current bell schedule to really dig deep into the standards which block scheduling can provide. They won't feel so rushed to fit in all the learning in a 49-minute period. Our students in CTE courses, athletics, fine arts, and lab settings, such as science courses, will also have ample time to apply the skills that they've learned in application. For example, welding, theater tech production, marching band, 49 minutes is enough time to get a little taste of it, but 90 minutes gives them ample time to really get in there, practice, right? Collaborate with each other, and just get a real feel for the learning. And lastly, the Friday C schedule, which we're going to review shortly, shared by our teachers, is an opportunity for our educators to wrap up the week's learning, right? To bring summation to that, to assess how students are mastering the standards, to provide mini lessons where needed, and to adjust the learning for the next week based on their observations on what has worked and what has not worked in the current week's teaching. Okay, I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Saldana.
Good evening, board. So as you see on our screen, we've got a sample of what the ABC schedule could look like. Breaking down over 3 lunches. Monday and Wednesday would be 1, 3, 5, 7th periods, and Tuesday, Thursday, 2, 4, 6, 8. We've kind of broken it down a little bit cleaner for you to look at, just an 8-lunch schedule. You can see it goes 90 minutes, first, third, flex, and 7th with a 5th period, 6th period lunch in the middle of the day. On Friday, every period is 45 minutes, including lunch. A little bit of extended opportunities for enrichment there if we so would like during lunch. One of the things that our students expressed, some wonderings, was why. Why would we move to this type of schedule? And as Ms. Bennett said, we have the opportunity to earn 28 credits, 32 credits over the 28. We have several students currently who are behind in their credits in our cohort. So cohort 2024, that's this year's current seniors. We currently have 34 students who are behind in credits. 2025, our juniors, we have 53 students who are behind in credits. And our sophomores, we've got 65. So we have opportunities to gain credits there. We also want to minimize the impacts of the beginning of the school day and ensure students meet met the criteria, stay on track with credits, they're earning their CCMR points, and have passed their EOCs. So what I have for you is just a standard schedule for students. English 3, Principles of Instruction, Earth Science, Flex, Principles of Ag there. On the B day, they would take U.S. History, Algebra 2, Spanish 2, Flex, and Piano 1. And then on the C day, they would attend all of those classes. For a fine arts CTE student, this is a sample selection. So on A and B day, the first thing they would do is construction. As you can see on the C day, there is a double block period. On the A day, they have U.S. History, Algebra 2, and then Symphonic Band. And then on the B day, English 3, Astronomy, and Symphonic Band. As you can see, 4th, 5th, 6th. Follow along with a block symphonic band 7th period. Teachers express some, as Ms. Bettis, some feedback on moving from traditional block. One teacher said, I don't mind the traditional schedule, but I do feel that lessons are rushed. I think consistency benefits students, but they might have more success with longer periods. So this is what a teacher would schedule would look like. PLC, first period, conference, and that morning period on B-Day, English 2 all the way through. And the CT teacher, again, construction 1, first and second period, third and fourth period, construction 2, a PLC conference. Because we cannot split, we would not split that construction period, this individual would have lunch C, and then end the day with construction practical. Okay, this is a wrap up of what it looks like. And then Monday, Wednesday, first, second, first, third, fifth, seventh, and Tuesday, Thursday, second, fourth, 16th.
It's not as easy as transitioning from 7 period to block scheduling for adults or students. Some pre-planning needs to happen, and I want to talk first about our educators. We recognize that they will need professional learning, and we need professional learning as an administrative team to take them through the transition from 49 minutes of instruction to 90-minute blocks. So we are partnering with Region 20 beginning next month so that we can start talking about what that spring professional learning would look like for our adult learners, and then also to develop a plan of action for scaffolded support. And by that I mean professional learning throughout the rest of the 24-25 school year. It can't be a one and done. We know that it must happen incrementally. We know we have to reflect on what is working well and what needs adjustment. So that's why we're planning for year-long professional development at key points during the instructional year. Our students also need to have a taste of what that would look like and feel like too. So our game plan is to do a dry run, if you will, after EOCs and spring interims, the last 2 weeks of school, so they could transition. Kiddos, not worried about it. They're going to pick up block scheduling in a day or two, right? They're very quick to pick that up. We want to just give them a taste of what it's like, but we also want to give our educators a taste of what it's like as well if they've not been in this kind of scenario before. That wraps up our presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
How are you going to educate students, parents, and so forth on a large scale? Are you going to have like videos out for them? You going to have any community and meetings, anything like that? Prior to this going live, so that they know what to expect. The kids know what to expect. Kids will try to pick up pretty quick, like you said.
Yes, sir.
It'll be the family that'll be like, why are we doing this? And
Right,
what's the
but
benefit?
yes, sir. That's a great question. And yes, you're absolutely right. We are going to preface the change to block schedule with information for our families and caregivers. They need to know the rationale, just like we shared with you all this evening, about why we need to move. Our current systems and processes, as shown by our accountability ratings, and I'm circling back to that really because at the end of the day, that's what TEA takes, right? That one snapshot, even though there's a much deeper story that exists for our campus. You all see it all the time. We highlight it on social media. We recognize it tonight with our Superintendent Student of the Month. We know how deep and valuable our story is. TEA does not. They take the one day. So we have got to do something different to make that impactful change. And we feel like this will be an outstanding way to resolve that, and we plan to share that with our families. Students too, we have a prime opportunity to do that during our flex period this school year. Vice President Jenkins.
Are there any other schools that are using the block scheduling that have shown great results with it?
Yes, the former campus that I was at, when I arrived there, I was a principal of an 8-period day, and then we transitioned to block scheduling the next year. I turned that campus around in one school year. Dr. Saldana has also been the principal of the block schedule at the high school in Los Fresnos, and there are other surrounding campuses that are currently using a block schedule at the high school and secondary too.
Thank you. Any other questions for board members?
Ladies first.
I have a couple. I saw like the symphonic band and the construction that were double. Are those things that are double blocked now, or would there be a possibility that some classes would change to that?
We have some classes that are double blocked. Those are typically our practicum courses, right? Because we know that those students are out in the field. The bulk of the courses that we offer right now are only 49 minutes. So for students who are sitting in those particular pathways of instruction, this is optimal because we're not rushing them through what we expect them to learn. We're giving them some really deep time to get in there and do that, right? I'm thinking about a kid who might be in theater tech. So they're learning about safety, but now we get a chance to actually build our set and not be rushed in the 49 minutes.
But like the band, is that a class that's currently two blocks, or could you anticipate some changing to that? Or?
So band right now is not 2 blocks.
Okay.
It's 1 period.
Okay.
Great question.
And I love seeing flex in there. I know how much gets done during the flex period. So that was nice to see. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask the question from the constituent who lives in my house and goes to the high school, who would like to know whether this will affect how much homework they have from one day to the next.
What I share with students about school is this: it's what you make of it. If you go to school to learn and make the most value of your time, then you determine what your time management looks like. If you go to school to learn about drama, then guess what? That's what you're going to experience. So really, it's the student's call. How do they make the most of their instructional day, and how do they manage their time? And part of the onus that we have in that is teaching them that. Great question. Tell Eleanor that was awesome.
I have a question. Looking at a combination of both, like the student schedule right here and then also the staff schedule, for like the construction, it looks like for the teacher for construction, the construction practicum is in there after, would be at the end of the day. But then if you go back to the student schedule, if that student was in construction and then in band, when they get to that construction practicum period, are they going to have to make a choice between construction and band? And does that also go for our athletic students if they're doing a CTE program and athletics?
It is very likely that they will. I'm glad that you asked the question about the practicum, because that's one of the processes that's in place right now, Trustee Bright, that is not working for our campus. And I'll give you an example. We inherited a system where we have seniors who are on senior release who have not helped our campus or district by earning that CCMR point. So we are purposely shifting our practicum and senior release to the end of the day, having all students here at the beginning of the day. But sometimes students are going to be in a position where they're going to have to make a choice about where they want that practicum to land at and in what area, sir.
So, just to clarify, if they're in band, like junior year, they're going for that final, to get that CCMR point for us, they're going to have to choose between the band they've been in for 3 years and that CTE program.
Well, hopefully they're not earning the CCMR point in junior year. We start earning CCMR points we can earn them way before they get to high school. There are a number of indicators where students can help our district earn those points. So our goal is, and that's another system that's currently not working for our campus. We're waiting way too late to recognize which students still need to hit that indicator, right? Which is why half of our graduating classes are not hitting it, where we can identify them early on and help them to achieve that, so that they're not put into these positions where they're having to choose.
So that's the goal, is to prevent them from having to choose.
Yes, sir.
Especially student athletes, CTE, all that combined together, you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When will we know whether this works or not, and when we have to make adjustments?
Well, we will know every day, and I share that from the administrative perspective, because we should be in classrooms every day. We should see the system working or what needs refinement every day. And in terms of when we need to pivot and make adjustments, that's really going to depend on the ebb and flow of how we see movement moving forward or what is stagnant. So there's no definitive answer, only knowing that we do have to reflect and we will have to adjust. I'm going to tell you that we know we're going to have to adjust at some point. Nothing in education runs perfectly in its first iteration, right? We're always refining the process. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a comment because I have taught the block for many, many years and loved it. And I found that in my teaching, I was 8th grade students English. I could teach all students, not just pre-AP, but the regular kids too, to that higher level of learning, because I had time to dig deeper into the TEAC, and we went from that pyramid where it says, you tell it to me, I remember this much. You can get to the top. You can have them do the creation, the teaching, and so forth. And so all students get that higher level thinking, and it transfers then to other reading skills and to other things. It's not like you're starting over each time. So I think it's a really, really great program when used well. The staff development is so important. And one of the things that I think failed at my school is that they forgot that after 5 years, more people were coming in and weren't trained, and they didn't keep it up to par. So just a warning heed on that.
Thank you.
Keep them trained.
Thank you.
I noticed here there was a draft bell schedule with the starting time at 8:35. Do you foresee that changing next year?
It depends on the outcome of the survey that was sent out today, right, to our district employees and to our community. The draft bell schedule that was shared here, Trustee Duncan is anticipating that our start and end times will remain the same. However, SHS is very flexible and fluid, and we're willing to accommodate any kind of changes that come with start and end times.
How would that affect, let's say, the different sports or different groups who meet early in the morning?
You're referring to if a new start and stop time were to take place? Well, this is what I will share about that, without getting too deep in the weeds. We get kids home earlier. We have a number of children in our school who work to support families or to contribute to their family income, so this provides them more opportunities to be in the workforce. And thinking about our educators, it provides them a little bit more time to be at home with their families as well. So, I mean, there are some benefits to that. We have a number who take care of younger children when they get home, right, from the middle schools and elementary schools. So those are the benefits that we see from that. It will definitely impact practice times for athletics and for other organizations, but those folks, I can't speak directly to that. I can share that that will change, though. You know, what those times look like will depend on the directors from those student organizations. Does that help? Yes. Okay, you're welcome.
Other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Next is item 4C, Seguin ISD bond construction update. Mr. Merrill, you're up.
Good evening, President Jenkins, Superintendent VP, and Board of Trustees. I will be providing you a board construction update this evening, and we'll go ahead and get started with Bond 2019. The last two remaining bonds of Bond 2019 are AJB and Ball. AJB Middle School's renovations project timeline is currently sitting at completing the 100 wing on spring break, and in the summer completing the project in its entirety. So you'll see here that the 100 wing is located on the left side of this image, and that will house our SPED, CTE, and technology lab. This is the current progress that's going on. And right here you can see the front renovations. They have been completed and they are in use. So kids, staff, everyone is using the front entrance and the front office, as well as the AP offices and conference room. And here you can see at the top left-hand side that the gym is in progress as well. And we'll move on to Ball Early Childhood Classroom Center. We are adding 4 classes to Ball, and it is on track and expected to be completed in summer of 2024. From the previous update, we have continued working on the exterior water and air barrier application, and we've started hanging sheetrocks in the interior wall. There's also been advances in the interior mechanical and ductwork, and the roof has been dried in. So we'll move on to Bond 2022. So our new McQueenie Elementary. You'll see here the timeline. We have completed construction documents, so we will post for bid on February, which will allow us to award a contractor in April and start construction in May. We are hoping to have this campus open in August of 2026. Jim Barnes has a similar timeline, completing the construction documents on January 2024 and posting the bid in February, awarding the contractor in in April and starting construction in May, but this one has a completion date of August 2025. Safety and security fencing, we are moving on to phase 2 of our fencing, so we will do the remainder of the campuses. We are waiting final approving of the fencing plans, but once we have those, we expect to have the completed bid documents in February to post for bid in March. Some upcoming projects that we have are the transportation and ag science facility. As mentioned previously, we have purchased ILCA, where the ag science facility is planned to go on, and we are currently in the drawing phase for both transportation and the ag science facility. Our furniture installation is going to start at Jim Barnes, and once that starts, it's going to be partially completed in summer of 2024. In the summer of 2025, we will move on to the rest of Jim Barnes, as well as our elementary schools, excluding McLean. McLean's furniture will come with their new campus. And lastly, we have Bond 2023, which is our baseball and softball complex. We will be having a groundbreaking ceremony Wednesday, January 31st at 10 a.m. and construction will already have started by then, and we expect this project to be completed in September of 2024. You can see a rendering of the project, and they've already started mobilizing. This time, I can answer any questions that you all may have.
I have one about the furniture.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said Barnes in 2024. Are the rest of them throughout until 2025, or we're waiting until 2025?
No, during the months that are interim, we will be meeting with campuses, we will be ordering, and we will be getting an ordering or a delivery schedule done. So that will be done in summer 2020.
So I guess piggybacking off that question, I'm a little confused. Like, why are we starting with the school that's getting ready to go into renovations, and not starting with the elementary schools that are not having anything happen? And then we're going to pause and then continue on with JBMS. It's kind of like, putting a fence up before we do the sewer stuff, the sewer connectivity. The fence gets ripped out for the sewer to be put in.
Yes, and that's why it's only going to be partially completed at Barnes. Barnes will have their already building completed in the summer, and then we will move into the summer of 2025, filling the rest of it after the construction is complete.
I guess I just don't understand why we're not starting with the elementary schools first, and then just waiting for JBMS to be finished, and then giving them all the new furniture.
This plan and timeline was put in place previously, but I can inquire more on that and get you a response.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just trying to avoid the whole
Yes.
fence getting ripped out thing.
Yes, I understand.
Also, with the fencing thing, I know I brought it up before, but I just wanted to confirm, we're gonna have our security folks
Correct.
take a quick look at the fence drawings.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you.
On the baseball and softball fields, it says completion September 2024. Is that totally complete?
Yes.
Nothing else to be built, concessions, everything will be
Correct.
built to spec. The way it was proposed to the community.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Next up is item 4B, submission of a class size waiver to the Texas Education Agency. Mr. Trujillo.
Good evening, Vice President Jenkins, Superintendent McKee, board members, and guests. We come this evening to seek your acknowledgement and approval to submit another class size waiver to the Texas Education Agency. We need to submit a waiver every time we have any new classes since the last ones that we have report to the state so that they can go ahead and grant our waiver, and then we can do the appropriate notifications to the parents of those classes. This month we have 5 classes that we are
over the mandated 22-to-1 ratio from kinder to fourth grade. To fourth grade, and those are two sections at Jefferson Elementary, one at Vogel, and one at Kennedy and two at Vogel. And you have the slide there that lets you know that at the grade level and the class size in each of those classrooms. There are others, but not those specific features that will come before to you at Jefferson. So we are seeing, of course, an increase in students enrolling, so we have to admit those students at the schools that they, at least the neighborhood school, that would be least disruptive to the parents.
Any questions?
I guess I have a question. I understand like new enrollments coming into the district. And I also understand trying not to be disruptive to parents, but we're asking 22 other parents to sacrifice theirs for the new enrollments versus possibly moving these kids to other elementaries that wouldn't have we have to get the class size waiver for. You understand? Am I making myself clear?
Yes, you are. We do. Whenever we have additional students coming in, we do send them to other schools. We call the other campus, find out if there's room in other campuses and other classrooms, and we are approving those changes there when it's kind of at the discretion of the principal as well. They tell me at this class we can't really have more. For example, bilingual classes where they have dual language. We kind of try not to do any more restrictions in those classes. But we do have a limit of 23. We don't want to kind of impose more students, again, on that teacher and on the other students as well. But yes, we definitely have done and will continue doing, sending those students to other neighboring class schools.
Sure, I just understand that there's been a lot going on at Jefferson this past year, and to stack more on them, where like Rodriguez is the stone's throw away, I'm just kind of the balance there is all. I'm just making sure that we are looking everywhere to place these new enrollments that weren't here at the beginning of the year.
Got it, and noted. It's been we just seek your acknowledgement, I'm sorry, as the item states. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item 5, closed session. The board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 55.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary, to address legal concerns, implications, answer any questions regarding posted agenda items. A1, safety audit findings will be in closed session with Ms. Davis. B will be pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee. 1, discussion of possible action regarding superintendent search. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. And we will convene in the closed session at 7:30. board will take appropriate action as necessary as discussed in closed session. A, possible action with professional personnel including appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public employees. B, possible action to name a lone finalist for superintendent.
Mr. Jenkins, I move to name Veronica Vigil the lone finalist for the position of superintendent of schools for Seguin ISD.
We have a motion from Ms. Crittenden for naming Dr. Vahil as lone finalist for superintendent,
I second that motion.
and a second by Mr. Mr. Bright. And is there any discussion?
Yes, I would like to let Dr. Behill know that she has my full confidence that she will be a fantastic superintendent after the approval waiting period, and that I look forward to working with her and making our team of 8 complete, and that we'll be able to move this district in a positive direction that reflects what's really happening in the classroom on our accountability.
I also have a letter from Mr. Guetta, and I totally agree with this, that Dr. Veronica Vahil holds a Bachelor of Science in Education, a Master of Education, and Doctoral of Education Leadership. Dr. Vahil has 34 years of experience in education, which include 21 years in district leadership roles, 4 years as superintendent of school of a B-rated 4A school, and 10 years as principal. Dr. Vahil joined Seguin ISD in June of 2023 as our deputy superintendent and currently serves as our interim superintendent. In both roles at Seguin ISD, Dr. Vahil has displayed strong leadership skills that will move our district forward in developing positive student outcomes. He is a firm believer that all students and staff should be provided with opportunities to excel in their respective roles. Dr. Vahil has also displayed a willingness to not only collaborate with our community, but also other surrounding district and local agencies. A waiting period of at least 21 days is required by state law before a lone finalist for superintendent can officially enter an employment contract with the district. During this time, we may also provide an opportunity for our community members to meet and greet Dr. Vahil. Dr. Vahil has already established a good relationship with our students, staff, parents, and community members. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we welcome you as our new superintendent, and we look forward to working with you.
I'd just like to say that Dr. Vahil came to us at a time where she took the role as deputy superintendent, and right away, almost after she started, our superintendent accepted a position at another district, and from that moment that we named her interim superintendent, she hit the ground running, and just because we lost a superintendent did not mean that the work of the district stopped. We continued as a board to plan for the future and put a lot of trust and faith in Dr. Vahil to see to the day-to-day operations of the district. She, and I'm speaking for myself, I think she has exceeded our expectations, and we have full faith in her. And I also feel at this time we have so many projects going, so many things that our district needs, and we need that stability, and our staff and our administration need to know that we're in that same direction that we've always been heading. And I love this district so much. I love this community, and we have the best interests in heart. And we want our students to succeed. We want all of our students to succeed. And I look forward to our future.
I think you will be an excellent superintendent. I think we're going to be a better district and a higher rated district. And I think the students will benefit greatly from your leadership, your background, and your experience. And I hope you'll be around a while.
Well, being the newbie here again, I have to say that again, she was very welcoming to me, and I have been required to do a whole lot of trainings. And Ms. Vahil, Dr. Vahil has gone with me to these trainings to help her own self out, to look at student programs and walk around the campuses and so forth, and listen to the other leadership and explaining their programs to me, and she was alongside me with all of that, and I think she learned herself about the district. She's not afraid to make decisions that may not be popular, but are something that has to be done for the betterment of the school district. She's a very strong person. I've seen in so far in all the interactions that I've had with her, and I will feel like the district will be blessed with her presence.
I've been impressed over these months with Dr. Behill's ethics and her high standards and her care about this district, and yeah, we expect great things, but I think we'll also receive great things. Thank you.
Can I have a show of hands, vote for Dr. Hill being named superintendent? Lone finalist superintendent. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to keep my composure here. This is such a joyous moment for me to be honored with the opportunity to lead such a fine district and work with such a strong team. And the team of 8, the leadership team, all the students and staff in Seguin ISD have made this such a seamless transition that I know that this is where I'm supposed to be. So thank you very much to the Board of Trustees. I look forward to continuing to work with you as we move this district forward together. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 7, consent agenda items. Consider possible approval as applicable. Policy B, local states, the consent agenda items shall include items of routine or recurring that are grouped together into one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. Does any board member want any item removed for singular consideration? No? So we shall. Item A, approval of board minutes of public hearing November 28, 2023, regular meeting November 28, 2023, and special meeting December 13, 2023. B, approval of tax collection reports for November 2023. C, approval of tax collection reports of December 2023. D, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for October 2023. E, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for November 2023. F, approval of investment report for the second quarter ending December 31st, 2023. Approval of G, approval of donations received November 2023. H, approval of district-wide facilities maintenance, electrical equipment, parts and services. RFP number 24-04. I, approval of district-wide educational consulting service. RFP hashtag 24-06. Item J, Seguin ISD resolution regarding the Office of the Governor's Truancy Prevention Grant. Item K, information regarding Seguin ISD purchase of conceptual designs for PB Group LLC. Item L, personnel information, professional employees. Item M, acknowledge Public Information Act request November 2023 to January 2024. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. President, I move to of the consent agenda item.
The motion to approve by Ms. Duncan and a second by Mr. Amador. All in favor, raise your, is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Action items. Item 8. A, consideration approval of an order calling a bond election to be held by the Seguin Independent School District, making provisions for the conduct of election and resolving other matters incident and related to such election.
Good evening. This bond call will allow us to hold an election in May if you so wish to approve it.
Is there a motion?
Do we want to talk about what is included in the bond before we get to that point? Do you have anything else a presentation?
There's not a presentation, I'm so sorry, that I could have visually shown, but the general proposition A would include anything that has to do with facilities, safety and security, and that sort. And proposition B would be mobile classroom technology. Those are the propositions that are currently on the bond call. As well, we would like to,
Improvements?
yes, facilities improvements, property acquisition, and it would also include improvements, that was already said, many improvements to our facilities that we are needing maintenance for, and safety and security projects.
Well, Mr. President, I move to table to a future meeting the approval and order calling a bond election to be held by the Seguin ISD, making provision for the conduct of the election and resolving other matters incident and related to such an election.
There's a motion by Ms. Duncan and second by Ms. Crittenden. Is there any discussion?
I just feel like we'll be able to get more information about exactly what needs to be included in the bond, involve the community in that discussion, and it will just give us more time to look at it. I know time is of the essence, because we would need to do this by, what is the?
February 16th.
Right, in order to call for the bond election in May. And so we want to do our due diligence in telling the community just why we need these items and what those items specifically are.
And looking at the bond proposition, the biggest portion of this would be for the Seguin Outdoor Learning Center that we just acquired, right?
Correct.
That's the biggest portion, so that we can improve it, so that it's going to be more usable for the whole entire district versus just the elementary schools that have been going there the last few years. But we're going to bring it to the expectations and a level that not only we require, but also that TASB is going to be looking at this soon too for their evaluation on for what we need to do.
Yes,
That's going to be like the biggest chunk of what we're talking about here, right?
correct. At this time, that is our largest project.
And I'm glad that we got the ball rolling this evening. I think it's great that we're gonna put the specifics at a future meeting, but I'm very glad that we put this on and just got the discussion going, and I look forward to seeing what input the community has.
Any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none. If you will, we're going to vote on tabling item 8A for an order to call the approval of an order calling a bond election to be held by SISD, making provision for the conduct of the election, resolving other matters incident related to such election. Everyone supporting this, raise your right hand. All against? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Item 8B, approve or authorize representatives for First Commercial Bank in a Lone Star Investment Pool, Tex Pool, Logic, and Texas Class NBIA.
Yes, sir. This will just be removing authorization from Mr. Tony Hilberg, so he will be removed from all banks.
Any discussion?
Mr. President, I move that we, for approval of authorization representatives for first commercial bank.
Motion's been moved by Mr. Bright and seconded by Mr. Amador. Let's vote. Raise your right hand in support. Any against? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Item 8C, approval of school calendar for 2024-2025 school year. Mr. Hoffman.
Good evening again, trustees and Dr. Vigil. Tonight we have before you a option for a instructional calendar for the 24-25 school year. We started this process back in November, just to give you a little bit of background, with the DEIC. This is a group of teachers and community members who meet monthly. We laid out some plans, some ideas, really to get them to start brainstorming and thinking about what they wanted to see, some best practices in a calendar in order to help us build one. Essentially, we wanted them in on the design of this calendar. So in December, we met again, and we presented 3 options to the group. And we discussed some of the merits of those, some improvements, areas where they felt that we could, they would like to see some changes. So we asked them to take those 3 options, take them back to their campuses in December, then come back and give us their top 2 in our January meeting. So shortly after holiday break, we met again, and we were able to provide. We kind of had an idea of the top 2. You know, word gets around a little bit, and so we went into that meeting kind of knowing what the top 2 out of the 3 were. So in doing so, we had formulated a couple of drafts that, again, had some ideas and changes and things that they wanted to see. And we presented those 2 drafts to them and came up with their help, with 2 options. Those 2 options, options 1, which you see here today, and option 2, were sent out on a survey monkey, thanks to Mr. Gonzalez for helping us launch that. That was shared with the community on January the 10th, and it was up and open until January 18th. So during that process, we received 1,212 responses to that survey. And 74% of those, so 800 to 900, I want to say in my head, favored option 1, which is the calendar that you see here. A couple of highlights on it, we'll go through them real quick. We had the first day of school on Thursday, August the 15th. Traditional, let's back up a little bit. Our teachers would return on Monday, August 5th. So they'd come back on a Monday. They'd have in-service days leading up to that first day on the 15th. Ball would start on Monday the 17th. Traditional Labor Day holiday in September. We do have a Fair Day scheduled as a district holiday. Some of you may recall, we used to have Fair Day as a district holiday, and in recent years we kind of got away from that. It was an in-service day and a student holiday, but we're proposing to have a district holiday October 15th. The teachers suggested that that we eliminate the half days during the week. In other words, our current calendar, we have a couple half days built in on Wednesdays, in which it's early dismissal for students. They were looking to have full days of in-service and getting rid of those half days. So there was a suggestion, a strong push, that we consider November 1st, the day after Halloween, as an in-service day and a student holiday. So we have that on Friday, November 1st. No students will be in school that day. Before I get too ahead of myself, another big change that you'll notice is not in the calendar is intercession as well. Our staff, quite frankly, we can't fund it anymore. There is no more funding available for intercession. So that was not included in any of the drafts that went out to the community. Going into December, holiday break starts a half day on the 20th, which is a Friday. Again, that's a suggestion the teachers made. Last day of the first semester, last day of the second semester being half days for students. We do have 2 days of in-service in the January 6th and 7th, MLK Day on the 20th of January. February has President's Day, Stephen Holiday, in-service day on the 17th. Spring break is March 10th through 14th. We did research spring breaks, and as we do every year, and basically what we find is there's very little consistency across the state. Some neighboring districts will have the week of March 10th, some will have the week of March 17th. From a little bit of research, I did find it seemed like some of the districts in North Texas area had it on the 17th, whereas more to the south had it on the 10th. Probably because they feel like they may gamble and get warmer weather up north. But we have had this week designated as spring break for a number of years now. Going into April, we have the Good Friday holiday. Teachers expressed interest in having Easter Monday as a student holiday, so we incorporated that in-service day for our teaching staff. And then when we get to May, our teachers like getting out on Friday before Memorial Day. So that Friday is a half day, and our teachers will not need to return. There are 2 bad weather makeup days for our teachers as required by the state. You will notice it does look strange, and it does look strange on our current calendar as well that we're in right now. There's an in-service day on the 29th of May. And what we have done in the past few years, and we had to add this again this year because we've got to get that 187 teacher contract days in. So what we propose on that day is for our teachers to work a few hours extra during the week prior, and with their campus admins monitoring that, so they're covering that day the week prior by working a few minutes late. So again, we would finish our year on the 25th, a half day prior to the Memorial Day holiday. Again, no intercession, no half days during the week. They're both at the end of the semesters, and we were able to incorporate some of the items that the teachers suggested to us regarding November 1st and some other things. You will notice at the very bottom of the fine print in the center, we have tallies for the number of minutes, classroom minutes we have for our students in this calendar. When the minutes are tabulated up, we're 4 days over, so we have a 4-day buffer for our students above the minimum state number of minutes. That's good for 2 reasons. Number one, in case we do have any inclement weather days, considering we don't have more than 4, we're covered. The other good news piece of that is that we do realize our students do need time in the classroom. That's why we have our teachers here, and that's why our students are here. And so that maximizing that classroom time, to a certain degree, we don't want to have them buffered over 7 days, but we feel that 4 is a good compromise. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
I'd just like to speak to the intercession and talk a little bit about that decision. I know you explained it, but just reiterate the decision to not have intercession. I know for some of those kids, I don't know if the data was there to ensure that intercession was working for those kids who needed more improvement, and if we still need that time for those students, how will that be built into the school year?
Well, it's built into the year through classroom instruction time through this calendar. The students who were not going to intercession, we've got that covered. As far as data, I would defer probably to one of my colleagues who are here with me today. I think the jury is still out to a degree because we still do have intercession coming up shortly. So that would conclude our third year of intercession, where we've had spring and fall intercession. I think for the majority of our teachers and the majority of our, well, I don't want to say majority of parents. It was basically half and half in the comments on the surveys. You know, it seemed like for every teacher who thought intercession was awful, there was parent thought it was awful. There was a parent who thought it was, who had favorable comments and experiences with it.
And there will also be intervention time built into the schedules daily as well throughout the school year.
As far as academic data, we can have some data for next month as they're taking tests. And we also calculated that on the 3 days in the fall, we serviced between 10, in the 3 days, the highest number of 14% of our total student enrollment. And on the third day, it was 10% of our students who we were servicing on that third day of intercession.
But the biggest reason we're not doing intercession is because we don't have the funding for it anymore.
That's correct. It was ESSER funded, and that funding is no longer available.
We got 4 more days anyways.
I do have a question, and I'm sorry that I didn't put this in advance. I only noticed it when you're going over the calendar. The ball starts on a Monday when everyone else starts on a Thursday, and I was just wondering.
That the delayed start from ball came on at the request of the principal a few years back, and we have been able to honor that request for her
I
ever
thought it
since.
was always because they didn't want to do a full week, like they wanted to start in the middle of the week when we started, but it must be something different.
They have parent-teacher conferences the first 2 days, and so they meet with each parent one-on-one, and so that's why they start the 2 days later, or 3 days later.
Thank you.
I was sure there was a reason. I just didn't know how to.
Any other questions?
Mr. President, I move to accept option 1 for the school year calendar of 2024 to 2025.
Mr. Bryant has moved to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Amador, Ms. Miller Ms. Miller has moved to second on that. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, motion carries 6-0. All right, so item D, approve the renaming of the Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center portion of the Seguin ISD Administration Building. Mr. Hoffman and Dr. McGill.
Good evening again, trustees. As this agenda item states, we're asking you to consider renaming the Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center, which we commonly refer to as the PLC. It's a portion of our central office, central admin building. In approving this item tonight, should you approve it, this would allow district staff to begin the process to inform the community that the district is accepting nominations and suggestions for a name. There is a criteria and a process which is outlined in the exhibit, which is CW Local. We would follow this and share this information with the community to let them know we're opening up this process for about 30 days. This is the criteria that can be considered for this facility to be renamed and get the word out. And keep tabulations and come back to you all prior to the February regular school board meeting with results and a possible recommendation for consideration. As it is right now, we do have 2 facilities named after Mercer Bloomberg. We've got the MBLC at Sager. That facility, I think we probably all agree that we want to keep that name. However, this facility is also named Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center as it was vacated, and we're hoping that we might be able to gauge community input and possibly make a change.
Mr. Vice President, I move to approve the renaming of the Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center portion of the Seguin ISD Administration Building.
I have a motion by Ms. Duncan, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Amador. All in favor, raise your right hand. Item carries 6-0. Item E, approval of local district update, EIA and EIC for the 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Hope.
Good evening, Vice President Jenkins, Dr. Захil, members of the board and community. Today I'm presenting a proposal to align the Seguin ISD K through 12 reporting periods beginning the 24-25 school year to 9 weeks. Currently K through 5 is operating on a 9-week reporting period, and the secondary schools, middle and high school, are operating on a 6-week reporting period. The rationale in doing so would be to, of course, align the elementary and secondary reporting periods district-wide. It also reduces for the secondary the start and stop time. Rather than having 6-week report cards, we're moving to 9-week report cards. However, the progress reporting period will still remain at every 3 weeks. Parents will continue to get the progress reports every three weeks. And then on the 9th week, report cards would go home. It will not affect UIL eligibility. Coach Daly, Mr. Tejas for UIL and everything was involved in this discussion as well, as UIL can be checked at the 6-week period with the progress report. And so eligibility could be checked at that time. And so that's well aligned with UIL and TEA rules. There was a timeline. This discussion began around the same time as the bell schedule discussions took place, and it came up. It was actually brought up by teachers and faculty to look at the 9 weeks. And so throughout November, the discussions continued. The middle school administrators took it to their faculty for discussion as well. And I also presented it to the DEIC for feedback as well, and everybody seemed to be in favor of this move. And so at this time, we're presenting these changes. So in order to move to a 9-week reporting period, it will require some amendments to policy, because currently our policy reads for the 6 weeks. If you look at EIC local, and I believe you have a copy in your packet, it just basically did change, striking out the 6 through 12 for every 6 weeks, and just changing it in general to 9 weeks for K through 12. So that EIA local will have to be changed. There was also some other policy changes in EIC. Now you'll notice there's a lot more than just that. So once we get on the phone with TASB, they started making recommendations to update policies right away. So we did involve TASB in those discussions. And you can see the recommendations were to add specific language regarding course retake guidelines, and they were trying to bring our policy up to date, because it's been a while since it's been changed with other policies throughout the state. There was removing obsolete text related to the class of 2021, since we're past that, so that needed to be struck out. So there'd be no exclusions for any graduating class. Everybody's on the same, under the same graduation policy now. There was removal of specific language regarding distance learning, the Texas Virtual School Network. You can see that was struck out. Just took away that specific language regarding whatever a district would do for those distance learning was up to the district, rather than striking any out. Where am I at there? There was also some amendment to honors calculations. You do see that language in there that they do calculate in order to, well, under the 6 weeks, it was under the 5th 6 weeks when we calculated for graduation. So of course we have to move to the 3rd 9 weeks instead of the 6-week period. There was also some other language that needed updated regarding the graduation and highest ranking graduates. It is even though we calculate for graduation ceremony purposes at the end of the third 9 weeks, it's recalculated again at the end to ensure that that person is the person that received valedictorian or salutatorian for as far as the state certificates go. And the colleges, how the colleges are informed. So it's just to ensure that that's accurate. So that language had to be removed and changed. So those are the policy updates. So this is an action item. Any questions?
I have one. So if we do make this change, we'll be going through and changing some of the other things that are based on the 6-week. For instance, the minimum number of grades that.
That's usually a weekly thing. It should be. So there should be something. Usually, most policies say about 2 a week or somewhere in there.
It's by the grading period, I believe.
Okay.
Also, how many tardies constitute an absence and
So,
things
yeah,
like that are all.
so
We calculate them by the 6 weeks or the 9 weeks. Or elementary students have to make it 9 weeks with, without the retardies. The high school only has to make it 6 weeks.
So we'll have to look at those policies and all that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the local district 24, 25 school year, which one was this, E or?
E.
Okay, yeah. The new 9 weeks versus the 6 weeks.
We have a motion by Ms. Miller. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Amador. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item F, action item, approval of local district update to DC local. Mr. Trevino, you're up.
Good evening again, Mr. Jenkins, Dr. Hill, board members, guests. Today I come to you to recommend to you to approve an amendment board policy DC local regarding the ability of the superintendent to have final hiring authority of all contractual employees, personnel. For the past, I believe, 3 year and a half, we have been coming to you to request an extension of the hiring authority of the superintendent, which we've been doing, I believe, every 6 months to extend that hiring authority. So at this point, we're asking for that hiring authority to be put into policy. This policy is very similar to what other school districts have already in their local policy surrounding districts, and others do not have this, but that will put us at an advantage at the hiring season for having the ability to hire people that have been vetted for these positions and being able to hire them after being vetted. Sorry for the redundancy here.
Mr. Vice President, I move for approval of local district update to DC local.
It's been moved by Ms. Duncan. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Amador. All in favor, raise your right. Discussion.
I just want to clarify for people at home that this change would be to the hiring of classroom teachers, librarians, school counselors, and school nurses, correct?
Correct. And we're not the only district, right, that does this in the area. Like, can you give me some examples of?
Gonzalez, ISD has very similar policy. Northeast ISD has this exact same policy as well. I believe those are the only 2 that I could find that have that. So this would put us at an advantage over Cibolo, Marion, and Building as well. It puts us at an advantage.
And we definitely want all the advantages that we can get to hire the best people possible for our students. So let's do it.
All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-0. Item G, discuss and possible approval resolution regarding volunteer chaplains. Ms. Gates.
Good evening, Vice President Jenkins, Superintendent Hill, Board of Trustees. I come before you this evening with a recommendation that the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution pursuant to Texas Education Code and not permit the adoption of a policy to hire chaplains in Seguin ISD. What this particular, House bill is talking about is being able to hire chaplains instead of school counselors. And if you look on here, currently we have 20 professional school counselors in the district. We have 8 communities and schools counselors and social workers. We have 6 district social workers, 3 mental health counselors, and we have a partnership with Texas State School of Social Work, Texas A&M University, Walden University for social work and counseling interns. We have a partnership here locally with Blue Bonnet Trails Community Services and Connections Youth and Family Services. We also have Texas Child Health Access through telemedicine, which is TCHAT, that can be online services for mental health.
So, Ms. Fittings, I just wanted to clarify that this is basically a policy saying we're not going to hire chaplains, but this is not a policy saying we're not going to allow volunteer chaplains to come into our schools.
You're absolutely correct, and we highly encourage. We have a plethora of different churches and chaplains that already have adopted schools. They're mentors, they've adopted classrooms, and we want to continue that partnership. This is just saying we will not be hiring them to take the role of the school counselor.
Just
Thank
a
you for
little
that.
background of why this even came before us.
This, so what happened is the amount of folks that they were trying to find, counselors, a shortage. So I believe this is why they decided to come up with this type of bill to help out those that have shortage of counselors.
And we're required to adopt or not adopt.
You have to say yes or no, and you have it till March the 1st. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is allowing the smaller school districts out there to hire the chaplains, whereas we don't necessarily have.
Correct.
So we love that they volunteer and come into our schools.
Absolutely. And I'm sure if you see on social media, again, we have numerous churches that adopt our school, and we want to continue with that. And encourage anyone who's listening, feel free to email me if you would like to be a mentor. Or call me.
Any further questions?
Mr. Vice President, I move to approve of the resolution regarding volunteer chaplains.
I have a motion by Mr. Bright. Is there a second? I have a second by Mr. Amador. Any discussion? Hearing none, all vote with, move. It's getting late, guys. All in favor, raise your right hand. All against, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Fittings.
Thank you.
All right. Board comments and requests. Any board comments and requests?
I look forward to seeing, as soon as scheduling permits, those opportunities for the community to come in and meet Dr. Behill and more opportunities to explain the items that were discussed this evening.
I would also like to thank all of the schools for the wonderful treasure trove that I see before me. I'm very excited to get into it. I appreciate all that you do for our students, and I'm happy to sit on this board of trustees and this team of 8 and take this district in a new glowing direction.
Item 10, to adjourn. Mr. Amador moves to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Bright, second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 6